I might try some Yorm today. I feel like I've been ignoring Yorm a bit too much. But again, every time I play a front line, it always goes badly these days. So we will see.
Select your god.
Yeah, let's choose a Milan. I actually had a fun time last time I played it, so let's do that again. Don't pick Athena, bro. That character has been the bane of my existence for during the last stream. I don't need another one. Do not do this to me. Not again. It's so cooked. They have so much CC in their comp, man. A lot of big circles. Do I actually just go beats? I think I need to. Their team comp is something else.
Wise choice.
Oh my god, why can't you swap? Oh, my challenge is in the right spot. Let's do this. I hate having the flag at level 1. I don't need it. Just let me give some pots. I could have maybe gone for beats item as well, but I don't know. Beats item to me on frontliners right now, it just doesn't feel very good for the most part. If you support, then sure, it's probably different. But I feel like if I have to get items based around maybe trying to like kill the enemy backline, I can't go team beats. It just doesn't feel worth it, but maybe I'm wrong. You probably can on some characters. Just try and level up my shit as fast as I can.
Retreat! Retreat!
Blended.
Be careful left. Bend middle. Bend middle.
In range to wash them away! Your left tower is under attack.
Pretty clean start.
Attack! Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Kinda wish I didn't use my kit on something else.
Enemies in right leg.
Damn. That's tragic.
Ultimate incoming.
Ally has been slain.
It's just beats.
Enemy ultimate down.
Batista, amigo! Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
No.
Vulcan beats.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Your right
carrot.
tower is under attack.
Stinky shield's better. That was a fun game though. Almost. Well, what's up, Dutch? You in the queue or not?
Be careful, be careful.
Or maybe you guys played all night. I don't want to back yet. Just back now. Finish up the good shit.
Completed.
Vanish into the night.
Blindingly chaotic.
What did the buff on the Milan aside from the damage in the second shot of the ult? I can't remember. I feel like that was more. They changed the flag, but I don't really think any of the buffs were like huge outside of the ultimate. But I think the ultimate buff is big because now it actually does damage.
Okay.
But that's about it. I mean, I actually think, unironically, that it makes you feel a lot better that the ult now actually does something. I think before it just felt like when you ulted, it was just never good. You had to use it as like an escape. But unironically, it actually feels pretty good now.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Was a bit of a... I kind of wanted to dove because Kukulkan showed up. I don't really think that was a... Like, we were lucky we even got that kill. Fuck me, bro. But at least we got it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gank, gank, gank.
I'll bid you goodbye.
Hello, because me. Good to see you.
Splendid.
Yeah, well, it was way over 100 base damage added. I believe it went from, at least on the last rank, I forgot the early ranks, but last rank went from like 300 and something into like 500 and, what is it, 540. So I'm pretty sure it went up by like 150 or so, which is crazy.
No problem.
Radiant as the moon.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gank,
Retreat left
gank.
lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Set up
On
an
my
ambush.
way. Gank.
Retreat.
On my way.
Wait.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wait.
See if I can do something here without my ult. Surely we at least grab an easy Pele kill.
Okay, okay.
Radiant as the moon.
Mulan actually at least just feels like playable now.
Overcome our enemies.
Do I think she's insanely good? No, still not. Like, I still think she's a Mulan, and once we hit late game stages, you have to be really careful how you position yourself, or you just get one shot by anything. It's almost like an Emodred situation, maybe, where she might be pretty good as a lane bully again. But, yeah, that's about it. Upgrade your needle today? Like a real life needle, or Silksong needle? Which one are we talking about?
Be sure to grab some brew.
I'm on it.
Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing left. I believe in you.
Bend middle lane.
I'll bid you goodbye.
Bend middle lane.
Attack! Attack right
Your
lane.
middle tower is under attack.
Bend middle lane.
It's unfortunate the bots didn't TP. Chuck should have been dead there as well, but it's fine. Still a good fight.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Tower has been destroyed.
Vulcan beats. Pele beats.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy ultimate down.
Just getting beats left and right.
Be careful. Retreat.
Be careful. Be careful.
Enemy has been slain.
No, I was trying to stop it.
Ally has been slain.
Beats is a Mulan specialty. Well, right now it definitely is. We have bots, Baron. Like, we should be able to use that. I hope.
I'll defend left lane. Defend middle lane.
Okay.
Enemies left lane.
It had to be.
Enemy ultimate down.
The corruption spreads. It had to be stopped.
Follow me.
Gank. On my way.
Be careful.
The enemy team has destroyed the pilot. Your right tower is under attack.
Zack. Zack.
Okay.
Be careful.
Maya Riffy. Fabuloso.
Attack middle tower.
To go.
Attack the unfortunate indeed. Connection to the night.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Save
Be
yourself.
careful.
Okay.
Follow
Save
me.
Okay.
yourself.
Okay.
Ultimate down. I am not alone. I will be your weapon.
Enemy has been slain.
Probably gonna have to get way more protection as well in terms of magic protection. Vulcan will just destroy me otherwise.
Has arrived. When it rains, he pours.
Attack! Fire giant!
Yes.
An enemy has left the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have to come. I lose my tier 1. I mean, I'll gladly trade a tier 1 for a fire giant, that's all I'm saying. I mean...
An enemy has returned.
Be careful.
Group up! Attack! Fire giant!
On my way.
Enemy missing.
Follow me. Follow me.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Splendid.
I'll defend left lane!
Your left
Help.
tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
On my way! Attack! Fire giant!
Attack!
Be careful. Be careful.
Savor the moment.
Don't lead them to fire. Chase them away if you can.
Enemy has been slain.
Save yourself.
Follow
Hit
me.
like a baby.
Atoms, stay aligned.
Help!
Retreat!
Enemies in the middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack. Your
Attack left tower.
I believe
Attack
in you.
left tower.
Cancel that.
Be careful, right?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pele and Juggles though.
Attack left tower.
Your right tower is under attack. Only run. Your right tower has been destroyed. Hyrule has arrived. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Savor the
An enemy has left the game.
Farewell. May your atoms stay aligned.
trick to hide, dear. Don't give up.
Destroyed the pyramid. An enemy. Destroyed a left enemy tower. Destroyed a left enemy tower.
So much gold. I'm not 20 though. What do you mean? I'm not 20 actually.
I am most grateful.
He's a main jungler, but he's actually not bad, this guy. I think he's just super tilted this game. I also don't know what the fuck he's building. Oh, he's a mage soul as well, he's not ADC. That makes more sense. Then I don't think he should have gone for Nibble Ring at all.
Gold Fury. Attack fire giant.
Yeah, I definitely don't really like that build all that much. He should still do okay damage, but in terms of mage soul damage, I feel like it's not really great.
Fire giant.
On my way.
Return to base.
Be careful, be careful.
Wash them away.
Enigma I become.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
The amount of beats I'm getting this game is actually crazy.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Then my
Enemy Phoenix.
How unfortunate indeed.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed a little enemy Phoenix. Free your soul. Enemy has been slain.
An enigma I become.
See if I got any slows.
On my way.
Oh my god!
I believe
The
in
taunt made me freak out.
Enemy has been slain.
Pretty smooth game overall.
victory.
Does a 3-3 slow? Yes, a little bit. Ugh. I believe it does a little bit, but I'm also not an Athena expert, so what do I really know? I mean, so far Mulan is feeling pretty good, but she's always kind of been good at like just chasing people down, and I do think with the current itemization you can actually do that quite nicely, because she uses regrowth really well. If you really need it, you can go Stampede. Are you getting XP per game? I don't know. I mean, don't you always get XP? I hate that I can't see how much SR I'm getting though. Dude, I'm so low. I did have a huge losing streak in the last stream though, didn't I? Last stream is a blur. Dude, what even happened last stream? What happened? Two KSR, it's bugged. There you go. That explains it all. Yeah, I mean, I think if you believe that you aren't doing anything wrong, I think it's generally best just to ignore if someone's being weird to you. Because it happens to everyone, right? And getting blamed is never fun. But I think once you start instigating it and like taking the bait, you know, that's when you start losing the battle. It's not worth the time. It's better just to focus on yourself and just focus on the gameplay. And if you decide that he's making weird things in lane, like choices, then just ignore it. Just play at your own pace. Play how you would play it normally. Shit, how do I play this? I guess that works. What you did to Chuck was done to you. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah, I know you can see it on tracker. I'm surprised you don't see it in the game anymore. I assume it's just glitched, but you don't see how much you win and how much you gain, or lose or gain, I should say, when you win a match or end a match. But yeah, I know I can just check tracker, but it just gets annoying when you have to go to something external just to check that stuff, when it should just be in the game. I mean, this kind of sucks. The boy is gonna be 1 HP. I definitely get it. Like, you know, my trigger point can also be when I'm being blamed for something that absolutely had nothing to do with me. Funny enough, shout out to Dutch. It happened yesterday when I was playing on my ult and he was my support and he didn't know. Motherfucker blamed it on me. That being said, it happens, right? It's best not to just don't give into it, because you're ruining your own experience by doing it in a way. If you let anyone bother you to that extent, it also becomes harder to focus on yourself. It just isn't worth it. I definitely fall for it sometimes. But for the most part, if someone says something stupid that I don't agree with, like, if I agree with it, I'll generally just apologize for it and move on. But if I don't agree with it, and they're just shouting bullshit, then yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna ignore it. It's not really worth my time. People will just blame you for some weird stuff sometimes, and sometimes they just say shit because they're tilted, you know? Sometimes people can't help it. And they know that it wasn't even you, they just have that feeling that they need to blame something. And sometimes that ends up being you. As much as that does suck, though. Why does this fucker do that much damage? Guess I'm gonna block it. Oh, we dodging?
Select.
We dodging? Really? Tragic. Bro, I am so debuffed. Give me some damage cards, please. Found out Life Binder's definitely not good in Assault. Isn't it though? It feels like it should be completely OP. Charging up. Keep charging, buddy. That's sure. I suppose if you have lifesteal, it's just better, yeah. Yeah, I can't even imagine Assault in Smite's current state. That sounds so annoying. With all the lifesteal builds. You have these characters like CERN who just built a Vital Lamp and they just heal infinite amount with their one. Devos, Vital Lamp, never dying. Why are there so many of you dudes? Why are there so many dude bros in this? I don't have any AoE, this is gonna suck. Yeah, it's not. No, I wasn't thinking about the aspect necessarily. I was just thinking CERN in general, because you don't have to go for the aspect. You just go normal CERN. It still works with that build. It's a bit different because you do less damage, obviously. Like it's not as OP in terms of damage output, but it's still good. I'm actually surprised we don't see it more in general. Like CERN ADC with Devos and Vital Lamp is still good. It still counts as a heal. Let's just throw out some poison. I mean, I wanted to play Yorm, but into Anubis, I don't know, bro. That sounds like a mistake. Play Wukong. I might try a different build on Wukong in this one. I wonder if a hybrid int Wukong could still work really well. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't though. It's minds like that, or thoughts like that, that ends up making me lose games. It's just trying weird shit, then I become useless. No. Not when I'm this close to a boss. I can't lose that HP. Kyle with... yeah, I mean, with arrows bow, yeah, I could see that. Arrows bow is just such a weird item. Like it's almost like it's made for the Apollo aspect, right? It just doesn't really function very well on anything else. It is pretty strange. I just need to poison the shit out of this blob. Was it an aspect Kali though, because me? Or was it just a melee Kali? Because that seems like that shouldn't have been a thing. Aspect Kali? Yeah, okay. Okay, I can maybe see it then. It is a Anubis solo. Yeah, I guess if it's a Anubis solo, fuck it. I will just do a normal into Wukong then. Even more so just because they have 4 carries, essentially. That poke is gonna be quite valuable.
On my way.
Hi.
Astonishing.
Astonishing. What I could do, maybe, is go for brawlers. At least that is done in the item. Like 55 int, it's not bad. Granted, it's into an Anubis, so it's not like the protection is gonna help me either.
Minions have spawned.
Soul is extremely breakable right now, I imagine so. There's a lot of... I mean, I think any role outside of... I mean, let's be real, even Conquest is very breakable, right? And that is essentially the mode they're focusing on.
Unfortunate.
It is indeed very cooked.
Hi.
We'll probably be staring at each other a lot in this match. There will be no kill potential for either of us for a little while.
Attack middle lane.
Attack middle lane. Attack middle lane.
Careful left. Attack left lane.
Oh, that worked out. He has shell though. I should have checked his active originally, but why the fuck does he have shell? That is a strange one. In a game where there are no walls on our team.
Your left tower is
Surely Aegis would just be better in every scenario then.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Take this jungle. Retreat, right leg.
Enemy ultimate in. Be careful. Yes. Attack! Enemy spotted! Wash them away!
Enemies.
Tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate.
Bot's all done.
Enemy missing leg. Be careful, middle. Attack, right leg. Ally has been slain. Unfortunate. Attack, right leg. Completed.
Probably won't go brawlers after all in this one. I thought about it a little bit, but if I go anything this game, I would maybe go for a Bloodbound book. Just because of the amount of burst that they have late game. Neath, Jingwei, and Anubis will definitely screw me up real fast. Might need that extra little shield.
Unfortunate.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Completed.
Retreat, left leg. Retreat, left leg. On my way.
Attack. Your middle tower is
Enemy
under
miss
attack.
me, Kev. Retreat. Enemies at the gold
Enemy
hill.
ultimate's down.
Okay, on my way.
Out of mana. On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy has been slain.
Defend middle lane. Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Little unfortunate that Cerberus went for the kill, but still. It's a kill nonetheless.
Enemy spotted. tower
Nic
is
strel
under
čuvak.
attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's get some lives too. Who the fuck forms a format based on of the I mean, the thing is, I don't know. I'm also stupid. Unfortunately, I am unintelligent.
Middle lane.
I'm sure it's probably smart that they're doing that, right? It has to be. All I'm really saying is, surely there's a reason that we don't understand. They have to be smart, right?
Enemy has been slain.
Attack.
Enemy spotted.
He is kind of being war crimed. I'm gonna greet it. Bots is in left. Should be okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Then I'll still kill for my blue.
I'll defend middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Retreat left lane. Yes.
Oh, they had no idea what they were doing when they originally created it. So that's a good point as well, yeah. And now they just have to deal with it. Yeah, I mean that's... Yeah, I suppose that does happen. Yeah, I mean I guess I never really thought about that kind of stuff. Like when you originally create a system and it's bad, you're kind of fucking the people in the future who has to deal with it. But if it's real bad, I suppose they could always just like remake it. Depending how crazy it is. But I suppose some things are too big just to be remade. Dude, I need 100 gold. I'm staying for this.
Defend left lane. You are irreplaceable.
Your left tower is under attack.
Complete. Fortress.
Feel the power.
If we just had... It's purple orb.
Your left
Oh,
tower
why
is
this?
under attack.
In the middle.
Why Demon Blade of all things?
Destroyed the gold fuel.
If Duo just stops dying, like we should win this game pretty easily. Everyone else is getting really fed. Duo just needs to not die. That's it.
I'll get left lane. On my way. Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack. On my way. Enemy has been slain. team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pirate wall.
Anubis ult and shell down.
Enough of that.
That's all I really needed.
Out of this world. Enemies incoming. Pleasure and victory. Be right back.
Enemy missing.
Swear you're the best solo rotation in the game. I don't know about that.
Your middle tower.
But I like rotating if I have a character that supports it. Like Apollo and like Wukong. But I need to be fast. I don't want to miss too much XP.
Middle lane.
Like losing XP is the fucking worst. You kept trying to make me lose XP on the Neath pick, man. I was doing waves and shit, and you kept telling me to come to the buffs and shit. Let me get the wave, man. Shit's way more valuable.
Enemy has been slain.
I'll attack left middle.
Enemies in right lane. All attack.
Attack left tower. No problem.
Fuck. I was hoping to get something out of him.
Be right back.
Oh well.
Enemy missing middle.
He heals too much. My poke is irrelevant.
Group up. Attack the
There it is. I got an old boys. Bots was right.
group up. Attack the fury.
Alright, my ult will be up for this fight.
Rain shall wash them away. Attack the gold fury. The pyroman has arrived.
Just kill bots. Or the buckets.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. An enemy has been slain. On my way.
Let's go say hi to Neath.
Attack left tower.
Attack middle lane. Yes. The enemy team has destroyed the pyroman. Your left tower is under attack. On my way. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Looks to be okay. There are one left. We're good.
Destroyed the fire tower. Enemies in left lane. Falling back.
Neath sucked and Cuckoo is ass. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That Herc was the best.
Your left tower is under attack.
With tears in my eyes.
Defend left lane. Group up.
I did not sign up for that Apollo game though. That shit was way too hard for what was supposed to be a chill ult night for me. Like, what the fuck was that game?
Group up. Group up. Hi.
On my way.
On my way.
Enemies in left lane.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
How do we only get 1 kill out of all that?
Enemies have returned to base.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Jing no ult.
Group up. An enemy has been slain.
Heating up.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Attack the Titan.
The pyro has arrived. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower. No problem.
Completed.
Attack the Gold Fury. Aye.
Miss help.
Group up.
Enjoy your
Okay.
Bye. Group up. Attack the Gold Fury. Attack the Gold Fury. Yes. Bye. Enrage to wash them away.
Unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I want to get 20 before I'm back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stick does not do enough damage yet.
Save yourself.
Why did I actually go mid? Should've just fucking TP'd to my own lane.
Group up.
Enemy spotted.
I need the tower.
Let's get more cooldown with us as well.
Group up. Aye. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Enemy has been slain. Recharge. Fire. Enrage to wash them away. Attack the Titan. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't really think we're gonna, to be honest.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unless we do actually kill him here. Yeah, it was fine. Then it's cool. Hey, Winari. It's been a little while. I haven't seen you recently.
Victory.
You are a meta slave? Am I? I played Mulan last game. Are you sure? I'll pick the Wukong if it's open, because I don't want to deal with it. Because of exactly how it's played. Fuck this character. I still have, I say this pretty often, I have a few characters that I just refuse to deal with to the point where I will pick them myself. Sometimes it's Afro, and for the most part it is definitely Wukong. I think this character is so fucking brain dead as a mage when you reach late game, that I refuse to deal with this. It's so boring and you know it. No one wants to meet this character. But if I will pick it if people leave it open, because I fucking refuse to deal with it. You can try and get me the Tsukuyomi though, I know you just banned it, but I would like to play Tsukuyomi. And that's just because I can't fucking play it, man. Everyone's banning that shit. I wanna play it. I can't because I can't pick him. Damn, it's naughty. But alright. I'm in Zealand visiting Pam for her birthday. I see. That's nice. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna go int again though. I might not go int again. It depends on what they pick. I might just go tank.
Select your god.
What do you want? Do I just lock in the Kukulkan or what? Man, I can't. My mid doesn't want to play Kukulkan. That's insane. Like, I can't believe my mid doesn't want to play Kukulkan. Like, why would you not pick this character? He's so OP. Like, that's actually insane. Telling me to pick Scylla. Wild. No, legitimately, I might go tank though. Or strength. If I picked Scylla, I'd lose mental real quick. What? Because you can't hit a root? Or because they would just camp you on bots? Because early game doesn't exist. Fair. I mean, is it that different from Kukulkan's early game? Like, Kukulkan does have early, I suppose, but he still doesn't do that much damage. I feel like Kukulkan doesn't really come online until he at least finish 1 or 2 items.
Sun Wukong.
But no, Snotty into their team comp, I don't think I'm going int. Unless you really want me to. I would actually rather go strength. Like tank. Strength tank. For the double knock-up. They have kind of a really good anti-mage, like, Wukong build. I can get caught pretty easily with their comp. Like, Sobek, Uller, bots if my beats are down. A usual, like, really strange random Vulcan ult that has happened a few times as well when I pick it. Just fucking one-shots me. Either way, I probably am going beats. Maybe maybe I go for a hybrid. Do I go for like a tank int build? I could do that. No, that's too experimental. Let's try this. Now I have to focus on the ox and not the bird. This will be strange. But tank Wukong should surely be completely unkillable. Maybe it was actually a beats game in this one, but whatever. Maybe I go Devos as well, just for some kind of damage. Get the infinite stacking going. And then just full tank for the rest of it.
Minions have spawned.
Stick doesn't even one-shot the small ones. Wild. Oops. I mean, I'll take it. Just auto into death. Okay. Ox selected. I can use my 3 for damage. It's happening. It's been so long.
The rain shall wash them away.
Playing Wukong as a frontline, what year is this?
An enemy has been slain.
But even crazier than that, once there are some better, like, frontline hybrid items that isn't just Vital Lamp, Wukong might actually be pretty decent with the Tiger form in the aspect, with the boosted attack speed.
Wash them away.
Be careful,
Be right
But we're gonna need some more items for that. Maybe you could do it some way, like with like a Pharaoh's Curse, Berserkers, some weird build like that. But we'll see. Right now, I think it would just be worse than any other version of Wukong.
Enemy has been slain.
Well, blue should be coming up. Let's just go grab that.
Be right back. Cancel that. Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful.
You are fabuloso.
You know your stuff.
Enemy missing right.
I'm going for jungle buff.
If it didn't hit level 5, I probably would have tried to dive, but that's okay. No. Close.
Enough of that!
I mean, actually, I'm against Chalk, so
On
let's
my
just
way.
do that. So Wukong back to back. This time, at least, I'm playing it not int. All right, I'm actually going for a tanky Wukong this time, and this time it wasn't my fault. Snotty picked it for me. He baited and blackmailed me. All right, I will not take this slander. This was forced upon me. No, why do I have Bird? Oh my god. Why do I have Birch? Well, just habit, I guess. I didn't even realize I picked it. Too busy typing, I guess. SR slave and Cuckoo slave. Those don't go very well hand in hand, do they? Why it's been 6 minutes? Why does this game feel like it's been very long?
Enemy has been slain.
Someone did blue.
Right enemy.
I want to bonk once again. Bonk.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Shit.
Wash them away! Take this jungle.
Enemy spotted. Down. Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Imagine being ganked on solo when the solo laner is ganking somewhere else. Damn. I didn't even realize. Jack died while I rotated. What a fucked up life. I should have gone Devils. I might play some more physical Wukong. Strength Wukong. It's actually quite fun. I miss playing him like this. And it doesn't feel like nearly as broken either. Obviously the Wukong is just straight up cheesy and stupid, but like this version of Wukong is it's probably still really good, but in terms of just how to deal with it, it's not gonna be as broken. Isn't this better without aspect? The reason why I like it with aspect is because of the knock-up on the 2. It's just that right now I'm an idiot and I have the bird on, which is not what I should be having right now. It's just because I've only played with int, so I just have it. But if you have the aux form activated, you have the knock up on too. Alright, I won't kill you. I'm sure that'll surrender in 30 seconds anyway.
Enemy ultimate down.
The rain shall wash them away.
Gotta activate the aux. Actually doing damage with my autos is weird to me on Wukong now.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
So my 2H just fucked me up.
Enemy missing right level middle. Goodbye.
Actually, where did that adapting go? Is he still playing? He is, okay. He just missed the cube we weren't before then. Unfortunate. No, you're the beauty. I think you guys are way prettier than me. Every single one of you. Absolute beautiful motherfuckers. Like one look at all of you and I blush. Can't help it. Think about you all night. Crying in my sleep. Thinking about how to embrace you. Alright, I'll stop. Only people who can take down the Snot Hunters is the Savage Q. Yeah, that one's pretty rough too. Sir, that is a lot of damage. I think I can stop it though. Who's trading with me? Ooh, a solo. Thank you.
Select your god.
You're forcing me to play Ares. You're playing Kukulkan again. I see why Snotty agreed to this. He just did this so he can blackmail me. Fair enough, Alex. No worries. You actually saved me as well from blackmailing. So, in a way, you're kind of my hero. Why are you dealing so much damage? Damn you, blob. Just so you can have ego on the other account. Sure. I don't know if putting in Ares is slaving though. Have you seen my Ares? It's really nothing too impressive. It's actually kind of impressive. Dodging if Wukong is banned. Surely you just pick Scylla then. Oh, this hand sucks. Give me some good cards. All these cards suck ass. Alright, fuck it. I'll just try and focus my damage on one slime. Oh my god, I'm getting so many of these slime cards. That is actually a lot of damage. Wait, this is actually looking really bad now. Uh-oh. Okay, that's one of them dead at least. I wasn't thinking I was in trouble, but now I might be in trouble, and I'm not getting any good cards. Okay, I mean, I actually am dead. Fuck. Dude, all these fucking slime cards I keep getting. Wow, this really sucks. Can't believe I lost this one. Oh no, dude. Oh well. That's cooked. Died in the first boss. What a tragedy. Stop.
Select your god.
And we've dodged again. Oh my god. Yeah, what Snotty's doing is kind of why I made an ult as well. So that I just have an account where I can just go and chill. I don't have to think about performing like to the best of my ability because I'm trying to climb rank. I just want that account where I can just not think about anything. And yeah, I mean, as I said, just kind of chill. Like when I'm playing this account, I generally feel like I need to try and... Obviously, I don't do that every game, otherwise we'd be playing shit like Mulan or like Poseidon Solo and all that stuff, but I generally have like an idea that I want to play something that I know I can win on. Where on the old now, I'll probably just be playing stuff that I know I'm generally bad at, but I will try and practice. So like on my old, I have mainly been like, well, at least trying to. I have been trying to play more jungle. Because jungle is by far the role I have always been the worst at. And it's not like I think I can't play it, I just haven't put the time into it to ever learn it. So that's what I'm doing on the ult. And I've pretty much risen like up to, what is it now, 4.3 I think I'm at now. By mainly playing jungle. But I haven't really gotten it once I got past like 4k. Because now there's too many junglers. Like, you're never gonna get mid and jungle, it feels like. I always get ADC or solo, actually, in my old games now. It's fucking crazy. Everyone hates ADC, apparently. I don't think Smite 2 is in that bad of a state right now. I think the meta is okay. There's still a lot of broken stuff, obviously, but that's never changed. That's always been there since Smite 2 came out. In terms of just the meta and how overall balanced things are, I think this is one of the better metas. Because at least every role is impactful. We have had metas where ADC is complete dog shit and just... if you play the role, you aren't doing anything. We've had metas where same thing happened in mid, in solo, as well as support. I think generally like solo and support have been the most useful overall, but there just has been metas where one role is just completely useless. I don't think that's the case right now at all. What the fuck is this? If there is a role I want them to quote-unquote fix, it would be ADC as well. I do agree that that has the most issues, and I think it doesn't. It's not even the characters. It comes down to the lane itself. Whichever role I'm in is usually useless. Fair. Been there. It's because of the map. I do think the dual lane itself has too many ways to get ganked. I do think this is the same for solo. I just think solo is harder to gank than ADC. And that's partly because the tower is closer. you generally play some like kind of frontline that has potentially some good escape or whatever the case may be there. There's just more chances in ADC to just get run down and killed very easily. I do think they're looking into it though. Like I do actually think that they are trying to fix it. It's just right now it's not necessarily the main priority. Eventually we'll get map changes and I mean we'll see if they end up being better or worse, but it's probably fine. I mean, that's already a lot of damage, bruh. Why am I getting roasted already by these early fucking mobs? Like, dual lane drastically changes also from Smite 1 to Smite 2. Because for some reason they decided it has to be really, really, like, it was so wide. Very, very open in Smite 1. Now it's very much not that. Now it is incredibly narrow and there is just bushes fucking everywhere. You need, like, insane awareness as an ADC at all times, otherwise you could just get easily ganged on. And it's not even just from the jungler, it's also the support. I would even argue the support is a bigger problem. Because there is this rotating support meta, where that a lot of supports will leave you maybe like between level 5 and 7-ish. But if that happens, and the enemy support decides to camp you, and your support isn't responding to that correctly, you're fucked as an ADC. You cannot play the game. This has happened in so many of my games when I get ADC. And from what I've seen from the other side of the map, to my ADC or the enemy ADC. And for someone who doesn't know how to respond to it, or just doesn't have the support experience to deal with stuff, something like that, it is tough. I can't really blame someone for not knowing how to deal with it, since the rotating support meta has been a thing for so long. It happened early in the Soul game where you're playing Milan. Yeah, it happens a lot. And there isn't really like a correct answer to it, because like there's a lot of ways you can like respond to that as the support who is in like trying to help, I guess. Because you can't just keep rotating and just see if you can just camp mid instead. Or you can obviously just try and go help around and see if you can just try and counter gank when your ADC needs help. But it becomes tough after it was already been ganked once. Because you lose so much fucking farm in Smite 2. Like at that point you might already be so far behind that it's too late. I mean, I would say I would blame them if you start trolling and stuff, but obviously it is definitely a game design problem, but I don't think trolling is the way to respond to it. I don't like the idea of someone having a bad time, and that also means everyone else should have a bad time. I think that's really silly. But I feel like someone is justified in their excessive whining, which, I mean, even I am kind of fault to at times, if they're just getting camped and not much is happening for it. That tends to really piss me off. Like, I'm being camped to absolute high shit, and there is nothing being done by my team to try and prevent it or to try and counterplay it. They don't even have to help me. They just have to maybe invade or camp another lane or whatever the fuck. But if I'm just being like 4-man ulted in lane sometimes, and there is nothing being done by it, that shit grinds my gears. But more than anything else, it's just really frustrating. It gets even worse. Like, that's something that will trigger the fuck out of me. If someone then says, just don't walk up, boy, just don't walk up. Brother, I'm getting doved in my tier 2. What do you want me to do? But at that point, it just feels like rage baiting. It's actually kind of shit. I'm losing a lot of HP here. Yeah, I apologize for the long wait here, boys. Not really much I can do about it, unfortunately. Just you taking forever and people dodging.
Select your god.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, I'm playing a tank, alright? I'm playing it as a tank. It'll be okay. I've had enough int wukong for now. Ooh, I have more poison than this one. Cool. Oh, that's actually a lot of damage already. More poison. Probably just beats again, honestly. Their comp is so heavy on the CC.
Hello.
Mulan. I'll do the save start again.
Okay.
Go first, go first, go first.
Attack.
Okay, let's get back.
Hello.
Come here, come here, come here.
Okay.
At least we tried.
Minions have spawned.
Gain middle lane. I help
Interesting.
those who do their best.
I was about to go slap him as well.
That's a piece of candy.
It is kind of crazy to me that in Wukong clears buffs faster than Strength Wukong. That's just how much damage shit does with the one.
I hate Soul in early game.
Enemy has been slain.
They need me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Can't believe I got first blood. Well, not first blood, but an early kill. Same way twice in a row now. Slap them to death with a stick.
On my way.
Gotta fucking get these candies. I actually want that the Bari skin. It looks pretty cool.
Be right back.
I instinctively did the bird again, but I can't do the bird. I gotta stop. Aspect Wukong lives in me. Or it Wukong. If I had mana, I'd probably still get the kill, but I'll take a shot.
Enemy missing left.
No, I did the bird. Why me? Why? Why you like this?
Your left tower is under attack.
She did shield my body block,
Missing left.
which was smart. Oh man, why bird? Why? Why are you so powerful that I've forgotten how to play this character?
Enemy missing right.
Absolutely screwed by muscle memory. Now I'm stuck with this shit for a while. I mean, honestly, it's not bad poke, with even with strength.
We need to play defensive until 5 level.
Enemy missing left.
Straight up. If I have my actual 3 there, I just get the kill. But I mean, he's inting anyway, so I'm getting the kill anyway. But if I have the double knockup, he just dies there.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
So tempted to go back in. It's fine though. That's not. Maybe I would. If I had my double knockup. It's fine.
Your left tower
Tragic.
Rain shall wash them away.
No kill for me then.
You move like a jack.
Your left tower is under attack.
Feel the power.
I'm into healer again, so I mean, there's no reason for me not just to go brawlers again. This time I will try Devos though. See how it feels. I think this is Jover. It's very Jover already. We'll see how long it takes him to surrender though.
Enemy ultimate.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Guys, Please don't cry, okay? When Sol kills you. I need your help.
Brother, it's 16-1. Don't worry about it.
Like, he's, oh my god, fucking hero.
Gank left lane.
He's saying that we shouldn't be crying if Sol gets too fed to the point where she's a problem.
Yeah,
But
I'm very
brother,
sorry.
we're 16-1. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I'm pretty sure they're surrendering pretty soon anyway.
We need to make sure to kill the soul. Trust me.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're gonna get 2v1 though.
Team player to
Maybe.
win.
Close.
Like, even towards, Cabra is coming, Neat is coming, Mercure is also here.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Well, they're all full HP. I don't really think I can do much here, but at least with my ult.
Oh.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, he went all the way. That's fine then. That was a decent juke from him.
On my way.
Enemy missing right. Oh, my horrific. Enemy has been slain.
Defense. I already have defense, man. Don't you know what the Brawlers is now? Brawlers is a hybrid item. That's my physical defense right there. Also, can we really say a Sanguine is actually a defense item though? I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure.
Yo, thanks for saving me.
You're quiet as fuck though, Snotty. Can you turn yourself up?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think the knock-up on the 2 is amazing. And it feels really good when you get a good combo off. You can essentially just double knock-up, and it's, I mean, it's really good for like late-game initiation and team fighting and stuff, you know. It ain't bad. I actually think you can run this with Blink and go for a Blink knock-up. Even though it is small, it's still good to initiate with it.
On my way. Your team destroyed a left enemy. When it rains, it pours.
Come here, come here.
Wherever there are gods in me.
They need me.
I thought you ulted me, Athena.
On my way.
Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack.
Hey Wolfie, appreciate the stream. Or the stream. I mean, I do that too, but I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'm using OP Monkey. I am, but at least I'm not playing him Int anymore. I'm done playing him Int. For now. I actually enjoy him as a frontline.
Tower is under attack. An enemy has left the game. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Why are they not surrendering though? I welcome raiders. Follow that Wolfie guy because he does giveaways. Hurry guys, follow him fast, otherwise you'll miss out. Hurry the fuck up.
Lane.
Yo, come back those lines.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Why aren't they surrendering? Main issue with this though is that I don't have any cooldown. Oh no, I picked the bird again!
Yo, thanks for this, all I needed.
Shit, man! I literally lose my whole kit if I pick the bird.
Damn, dude.
I guess he's just better.
Attack
Dude, I can't, man.
I picked the bird again though, I don't have a mon up. Actually, I can probably grab this speed buff here. I would actually rather misclick on the tiger, so at least I get the attack speed. The bird does nothing for me. Well, it does. Cooldown is still fine, but I missed my knock-up.
Goodbye.
Are you winning today? Yes, so far. But these are also some pretty low reload games. And I'm queuing with Snotty, which helps. .10.0 forecast was quite off. Apparently so. I feel like they should have surrendered a lot earlier. There was not a single lane that really did much here. Like, Sol was alive, but it's not like she was getting fed. Should not use Snotty, he's a terrible teammate. Oh, the Snotty slander. He probably deserves it. Let's be real. Especially because he keeps picking me shit. He keeps blackmailing me into picking Wukong and Ares every single time we play. It's crazy. Oh, and the sun is out. Ugh, go away. I like you, son, but not in front of my PC, alright? I must say I've done mistakes in the past. Haven't we all? It is what it is, man. Since I have an ego, I'm not gonna apologize. That's aura. Why am I not solo? Trade with me, brother. Get me out of this hellscape of a role. Thank you.
Select your god.
Alright. Let's open. No Wukong, no Tsukuyomi. The fuck does one play then? I never got this far. Let's do a certain aspect game. You got 50 SR for that game? That's actually kind of crazy. That's what I get for an average win. I need to use some of my potions, man. I forgot to use my poison. My poison potion. Okay, what do we got? What a shit upgrade. What a shit upgrade. Alright, I need a fucking shop. There's one right there. That's perfect. Where's the other shop? Maybe that one's better. Yeah, let's do that. Is this a beats game? Probably. So I'm gonna go blink.
These are worth their weight in gold.
This character just doesn't feel right without blink. Might have to invest in the Magi's later though, for safety. Bitch cosplay. I play this too sometimes. I haven't actually seen Bitch play this in a while. Last few times I've met him, he's played like Apollo and shit. This has actually been kind of a fun reason to go-to character for me when I don't know what else to play. He's just fun. He is the closest I can get right now to Vamana. In terms of how he plays, I think. Unironically. He's budget Vamana for now.
Minions have spawned.
It's kind of hard to build fatalities on him though. Doesn't really fit him very well. Or it's just kind of hard to make use. Fatalities isn't that good in Smite 2. It's been nerfed too much. For good reason, I don't think the item should exist. Fucking hate that item. What am I against? Uller. Oh. That's kind of an annoying matchup.
Let's switch it up.
Was hoping I'd get beats early.
Let's switch it up.
Take this jungle buff.
Let's switch it up.
Oh, I barely missed. That sucks. You also play this in jungle, don't you, Woofy? I've seen you play it a few times. I really wanted to dash it. Holy moly. The urge I just had to completely fuck myself is insane. Let's just poke a bit.
Be careful. You are irreplaceable.
Let's make him fall back a bit. I want this.
No problem.
Close.
Careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my
Warriors. Not doing enough.
Enemy has been slain.
That's okay though.
Have fun. Enemy missing right.
Yes.
There's a lot of frame drops so far in this game. Strange amount of FPS drops. This might be a chalice game as well because of Uller.
A heroic effort. A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls. A bountiful hunt.
Be careful.
I'll probably start losing this matchup right about now until I finish Battle Lamp. Probably getting a bit predictable. Then I'm gonna do the dash poke.
Rain shall wash them away. Wild growth.
Getting a pretty good XP lead though.
Your right tower is under attack.
See if he hits level 6 on this. He doesn't. Yeah, I'm a pretty solid XP lead. Despite not getting a single kill on him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Okay.
He's regioning a lot. I don't know if I can blink. I want to blink it. Jesus. Police.
Enemy has been slain. Help! Attack the gold. Attack the gold. Enemies in the left lane.
Okay.
Okay.
Enemy missing right.
Behind us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy
Enemy
ultimate
missing
down.
left.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
You're losing this way, buddy. I actually ran out of mana, I didn't realize.
The forest runs rampant.
The rain shall wash them away.
How much mana do I need for this shit? Too damn much.
Enemy missing. Careful.
This is one way to win lane without getting killed though.
Another beast falls. A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls.
On my way.
Ultimate down.
He stole rocks, he did. I was thinking the same shit, like, are you coming over here? I'm gonna one-shot this shit anyway, he's just gonna come over and take my rocks. It's actually crazy. The audacity.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's just try it. I actually want to try it. See if I can go third Fatalis here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. From the base.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Let's switch it up. The rain will wash them away.
Actually ruined the solo kill.
Be careful left.
Coming left.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing. Be careful middle.
A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls. The forest runs rampant.
I think Uller probably could have won this matchup, but he wasn't trying to fight ever. Like axe first. He always just autoing me a bit and watching out, but if he actually look for some axes, he could poke me before I dash in, and then I would have a much harder time trying to fight.
Group up. Attack the Gold Fury. The Pyromancer has arrived.
At this point though, I might just be too far ahead for him. And by might, I mean I definitely am. Nah, they have a ward there. No point.
Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. There is strong hordes who move like
It's fucking Ymir, man. Stop. Why is this hole going for me every single time? That is the supporter, right? Yeah, it is. This fucking turns. He has crit. Oh no. I mean, do we know what we're building here, Ymir? We went Bluestone and then into crit, and then he's building defense. That's like 3 different build paths.
your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
V-Rod's back.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
This is kind of looking like a fire at 15 angle.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy missing. Okay.
My horrific. Very good.
Oh my patience.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
38% win rate and only plays Anubis. Okay. Kind of sad not to see the Anubis then.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Okay.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack fire giant.
Enjoy yourself.
Still 40 seconds left. Well, I guess it's not. It's just the imps.
Hi. Hi. Enemy spotted.
Enemies incoming!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Lead on back.
Okay.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Like, surely Anubis is probably still OP in like the lower elo matches. I didn't see much Anubis when I was leveling the ult though.
My glade
Like at all. Not even sure I saw him once,
Your
actually.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
The OP pick in the lower elos is Giannis by a mile. He is picked or banned in every game.
Your middle tower.
But it's not like I ever saw him do anything special. I guess they just fucking hate dealing with him.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay.
He won his last crit Ymir game.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, he is cooking him maybe a little bit.
Destroy the right enemy tower. Oops.
Are we just not gonna surrender? Again.
Like enemy Phoenix.
Berg just saved the absolute shit out of him.
Attack the enemy!
Yo, get me low enough. Please. $18 minutes, yeah, it was surprising that they just didn't surrender the game.
Victory.
Not too sure why they wouldn't. Just block it. $27? What the fuck? I just looked. Why are you dealing that much damage? Guess I'm taking some hits here. this enemy. GG game, it wasn't too bad. Honestly, dude, I wasn't really paying attention that much that game. I didn't really need to. I'm sure you played fine. I'm getting a shit hand right now. It was definitely boring in terms of solo. Like not much was happening in my lane. Like I was winning lane really hard, but not by killing my enemy, just by out farming them and zoning them. That's about it. It was pretty boring on my side of things. At some point, I just ended up kind of zoning out a bit and talking to chat more than actually playing the game. Medusa refused to fight me. Yeah, it was kind of my lane as well, where... I mean, Uller probably knew I was gonna win most of the trades, so he didn't fight, but that just also just results in a pretty boring lane. So, not much was happening for me either. It was still decently fun though. It's not like I didn't enjoy it, but... it was just a chill game. Yeah, who are you to Wolfie? Are you just a friend, or like, how are you contacting Wolfie right now? Hey, Discord chilling? Gotcha. Gotcha. Duplicate a card. Duplicate. What do I want? I don't really have anything upgraded. Still one of those. Did the queues sync up? Yeah, this has to be a pretty big queue. I think Min Snotty missed like the other queue, where adapting was in it and all that stuff, but maybe they link back up now. I'm actually curious, I want to check. No, adapting is still a different game. Okay, then I don't know who is on the enemy team.
Your god.
Let's actually do that Jorm game that I've been talking about. Fuck. This sucks real bad. This confusion is kind of fucking me over right now. Can't use any of my cheap cards. Oh my god. Oh, Nikai is back. I guess that makes sense. I didn't even realize. Then it all adds up.
Hi.
Is this an Aegis game? I don't know. It might be a Beast game because of Thor and Hekate. I'll do Aegis. I'm into Morrigan.
If we lose, I'm not queuing anymore.
Bro, if we lose, it's your fault.
Nah, I'm queuing on Snoddy then. Rigging the matchmaking a bit more. I don't care, I want this R.
I feel like you're queuing with the wrong person if you want SR.
You see both
Yeah, I
shields.
agree. And you got dodge in the team, like.
No! Minions have spawned. Be careful, right. Be careful.
No, but surely we win this, right?
Be careful, left. Cancel that. Be careful in the jungle.
Oh yeah, the one is definitely different. I remember they fixed this glitch where it just didn't reach far enough. That definitely seems fixed.
I suppose the mess will have to wait.
The last laugh.
Incredible.
Your right tower is under attack.
You saved that so hard. I had to. They were also pretty low. I mean, this kind of sad I didn't get one of the kills, but overall there was a pretty easy rotation. Also, this is probably a chalice game. We'll see how it goes though. Mori probably rotating mid, boys.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
We can invade these bots, by the way. Mori backing.
Retreat.
Okay.
Oh, he's wrong team. I am sorry.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away.
Enemies incoming.
A beast and nothing more.
Your right tower is under attack.
I will devour you whole. Enemy has been slain.
Attack full fury. Group up.
Ally has been slain. And the rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack. Well, that's sudden.
Attack.
What a boring fucking character.
Just defend purple. Thor may be coming.
Ugh. Just fucking go one way and poke and fucking hell. I'm also slow as fuck character though. But right there is exactly why I need Stampede.
I think Thor is diving us.
Retreat.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's still something that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be able to fucking TP while you're back in. That seems stupid.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bro, you're not gonna tell me he's ulting?
If he just
Gonna get the Ruckles in now.
I could ult as my response. I didn't realize Thor was in the fucking air. That would have been style points if he ulted after him instead. Tragic. If I knew Thor's in the air, I wouldn't have stayed on Loki. Or Morgan. I would have just fucking ulted.
Sure. Who knows back?
Or Aegis. Probably should have Aegis either way though.
Is under attack.
I have rotten one.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Save yourself! Retreat!
Be right back.
Defend middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your future looks bleak. You cannot comprehend us.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Well,
My ult just doesn't go off in time. I also think it's kind of stupid that my 2 can be interrupted by stuns. Surely it should just go off regardless, right? Like, so many abilities does my 2 do that. Like, why does Yorm's 2 get interrupted? It takes so long to cast it too.
enemy missing. Hey, wait. Cancel that. I'll attack.
Retreat.
Your
right
middle
lane.
tower
Enemy
is under
ultimate
attack.
down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemies in the right jungle. Retreat!
Your right tower is under attack. Oh, my horrific! Your right tower is under attack.
I think when I fight more, I just cannot press my 2.
Defend middle.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. Your right tower is under attack. I'll attack middle lane.
I feel because of Yorm's camera, it's harder for me to aim the one. That's maybe the one like small complaint I have about him. It just feels kind of different in Smite 2. Dude, I can't hit my fucking one. It's actually impossible.
Enemy spotted.
Morgan's coming.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Make its strength my own.
I really want to try and help my team out more.
Get out.
Yeah, whatever. Just losing before I get there. And I'm fucking slow as Yorm, so I can't do anything anyway, because I'm against the Morgan who just TPs all around the map. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, we're currently losing so hard in duo, so... At this point, Nika just fed on like a Scylla support, which is already a pretty strong character. Not really much we can do about it right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stay out, you asshole. Damn it.
Enemies incoming.
That is right, Sila's right. We should do Byro.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Get out. Go farm. This shit is awful. We just lose the fight here, like.
Enemy has been slain.
Morgan's gonna TP behind, guys. Still think she's here. Yeah, she's here.
Do we have DPS for Pyro?
Be careful left. Be right back. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, it is not in the cuckoo.
Some help. Just a bit. Get out.
I'm rotating over.
This guy's jump.
My bad, I guess. I guess we just can't kill a tank solo.
I mean, you just have to ignore Scylla at all costs. Like, I know it's
Yeah.
super annoying, but like, there's never like a play you can make against that god.
The fuck do I buy now? Don't know what the fuck Alex is doing on the Uller though. Just keeps pushing up and dying.
Can we get the oracles maybe?
What if I get Brackies? Surely Brackies is good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get out.
Be
Backing.
right back. Be right back. Yeah, buddy. Enemy has been slain.
I think you're dead maybe. Getting a sentry.
Okay, I guess I'm not a tank, bro. That's insane. Like, I'm in my. This is why I don't play tanks, guys. I died in a fucking second during the charge up on my ult as Yorm. That's so cool that that's a thing that can happen. So tilting, bro. That's so bad. Tanks are just so non-existent in Smite 2.
No problem. Okay, we need wards.
They may come to defend this.
The enemy team has destroyed the goal. Your left tower is under attack.
This game is miserable.
Guess I'm just gonna go back to farming. If I fall further behind, I'm just actually a snack.
Need vision on tower before I can go in.
Retreat middle lane.
No vision more again, boys.
He killed me right. Yay.
Big kill, no? Maybe not.
Okay.
Couple people here. Yo, please kill Yahoo! Oh my god!
Wash them away.
Oh my god, my lane is not being pushed.
Yeah, I think we could have played normal.
They do have a lot of CC as well, which might really suck for me. But we will see what happens.
I think we can kill him. It'll blink.
Enemy spotted.
He hammered to blue.
So I'll try to get the balloon heck at him.
Guess I'll finish this first before I grab anything else.
Go down.
Still on the wall.
We don't have any.
Ward the gold. Enemy ultimate turn to base.
Oh, you.
Are we group?
Return
I'm
to
gonna.
base.
Oh.
I don't have my ult, so I can't really go in at the moment.
Kill the Yahoo, please.
He got shielded.
Oh, I hate this game, bro.
Oh, my riffy. Oh,
No problem.
I mean, I don't even know what's happening in this game. It just feels like... Well, I mean, I probably do know. I feel like we don't have an ADC, from what I can see so far. And it is felt. And then they just have, obviously, Morgan. They just have two Lokis. Or, well, they have a Loki.
Enemy ultimate down.
Scylla's coming up behind you.
They're an FG, I think.
Enemies in the right lane.
I'm going FG. Let's just pull FG. I don't care. Let's fucking clear that shit, like.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't bother by Yahoo. Just go pull the shit. They don't have any ward.
Let's just fucking sell my wars and get
He
this.
secures not. I'm gonna board if I see anyone.
on my way.
They're ulting, they're ulting.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Just keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it. Right. Scylla behind.
Enemy has been slain.
Hecate un totem, Hecate un totem. We can kill her probably.
Jesus Christ.
Retreat, retreat, retreat. Retreat.
Not bad.
I just do not know what to...
Should we fight now on goal?
Yeah, I think we just try and force some fights. Fuck it.
Maybe it have to be. Yeah, we need to be.
Thor in the air, Thor in the air.
An ult his ult.
He's on me. That's fine, that's Thor.
Okay, can we just flip this again? Get out. Like that, why are we not hitting it before? Like, it's been like 6 seconds where it was only Uller and me.
I'm coming for Phoenix.
I was defending mid, that's why I wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, German DPS is not the DPS that I need.
Thor in there.
I almost punish him into the cocoon, man.
Bruh, they're just all on me. I got both of them solo. Like, how am I...
It's fine, I guess I got this backing. We forced enough. You should.
Why the fuck am I getting Thor ulted, bro? That sucks, man.
Yo, get bubble. And sell Bragg is like. Bragg is
No, man. I can almost one-shot a carry, but they have so much CC. That's the issue. I'm probably just gonna go Magics.
Like, if you play like that, you're gonna be useless.
That's not useless.
I don't see a ward you can pull the damage out.
I almost one-shot on her, but I'm just getting Thor stunned by fucking two Thors.
Okay, in any case, get bubble.
Going to like complain about.
I think if that's one thing, it won't be, it's gonna be useless. But they just have so much CC, I don't think it matters all that much. Question is if I can even buy something from this build path that I went into that will actually be useful.
Pro got hit by tornado. They're not defeating that.
I got bling, I got bling, I got bling. We can chase the
Go in,
Hakate.
go in.
Hakate must die here. We can soft chase.
Zilla is up there somewhere.
Bubble.
Fire giant.
Fever's bow, just go fire.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I'll just chase on her, you guys still just go fire.
Fire giant.
I think I can catch him.
Sounds good to me. has under. You dodges hit. He's gonna lead with that. Oh my god, bro.
Okay, I guess that's...
I mean, like, if we would just not, like, troll, like, beforehand, this wouldn't be the situation.
Aegis, Makati.
It is what it is, I guess. Let's go Magis. Enough CC. I'm tired of getting Thor ulted.
Be careful, Ryan. Careful.
They're on gold.
Bang right lane. On my way.
What are we even missing? Oh, okay. Just don't die. I'll take it.
Bend right
On
lane.
my way. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
That's not at all what I wanted us to press. Fucking trying to press my E fucking button. Not that it mattered. It's getting one shot anyway. I swear, man, Yorm is so bad in games where people have like hands. He really is. The Thor damage? Yeah, it's just double tap. He has no aspect, so... Full late game Thor double tap will still do a lot of damage. But yeah, I just wasn't sure what we were doing this game. It just felt like we were trying to fight, and then we couldn't fight, and then all of a sudden we have, like... I mean, realistically, it's just Scylla doing whatever she wanted. And they have Morgan on top of that. They just had some sweat, some extra sweat on this one. Actually, what time is it? I'll do one more, I think. Then I'll probably end it. I did start pretty late today. Dude, despite winning a lot today, it's like... It doesn't even matter. Like, I barely gained any fucking SR. Guess I'm playing fucking ADC. Do I want a jungle? Done tryharding for the day. That's that game took my soul. I had a hard time just even enjoying that game, just like for the main reason I was playing Yorm. I feel like Yorm is unplayable if people have hands. It's so boring, man. You can, not to mention I was against fucking Morrigan in lane. That shit makes me want to fucking, yeah. That makes me not want to play the game at all. As always. Does jungles nowadays? Sometimes he does, yeah. I've seen him do a bit more jungle recently.
Select your god.
Let's do Thana. Just play Odin jungle. The thing is, Odin is always banned, so not much Odin jungle happening these days. He's just too strong. That damn ult just doesn't have a cooldown. With Pendulum in the game. Beyond me how he hasn't been nerfed yet. It's probably just the fact that there's too much OP stuff in general. Like there is just... It's more of an itemization problem than it's an Odin problem. Pendulum just needs to be nerfed. Pendulum is way too powerful. It's 4 seconds, man. 4 seconds CD off on a button press is fucking wild. Some characters late game will just do their kit twice. Odin is one of those characters. Yeah, I mean, some tanks doing a lot of damage is this a smite issue in general. It's just base damage being too high and a lot of stuff. You're not wrong though, but Odin isn't alone on that. You can like be against the Fenrir full tank as well, and he's still gonna one-shot you as a backliner. Like, it's not really, I think, that as easy as just nerf this and nerf that. It's that there's so many issues that just kind of combine it into like an amalgamation of like insane shit happening in Smite 2. There's just a lot of it. In general, I'm just not a huge fan of the cooldown changes they've made. Like, as time has gone on, I think the changes they made to cooldown only really became more of a problem. Because some characters legitimately feels like they have no cooldowns. They just keep throwing shit at you. Granted, I do think it makes the game fun, but I do think it makes the game a lot more unbalanced as well, unfortunately. Do I do Cudgel? I don't know. I think Cudgel makes more sense on Thana, but I just don't think Cudgel is that good, to be honest. But
I'm not thirsty, but if I must.
But fuck it. I just don't know how they could balance it. Like, I don't mind the low cooldown stuff, because if everyone has low cooldowns, then yeah, I mean, we're essentially just kind of back to square one. But obviously some gods will benefit a lot more from that than others. I don't really think Smite 2 is in a bad spot right now. I actually think it's quite fun.
Minions have spawned.
And it is kind of hard for them to gauge as well how good something might be, unless competitive was more of a thing. Like, if you saw a meta like each week in like the pros' hands, there would be a lot more like obvious issues, you know. It is what it is, though. We'll see what happens. Ultimately, I think the most important thing is that the game is fun.
Enemy has been slain.
Fucking hell. I went all Danish there for a second. I just fucked up. Dude, I thought he trapped behind me. I couldn't see that shit at all. It's literally invisible in the red grass. I could not see that shit at all. That was wild to me. Wonder why you went Danish. Because I got pissed. Probably just a combination of panic and pissed. Shit's unfortunate. And I mean, I went Danish because I am Danish. So. I'll swear in my own language.
Unlucky. I don't know.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
Bear your souls to me. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. By the way, your right tower is under attack.
Milan's gonna rotate to you.
I'm waiting for CDs.
I'm coming.
My bad, I missed too much. Close one. My Thana's a little sloppy. Haven't played in a few days at this point. Keep losing my speed buff. But hey, gotta kill. It's just European. I don't know if I would call it Dutch. European Elvish. But I guess I see what you mean. That's one way to put it.
Take this jungle buff.
I'll cut you down.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower
Oops.
is under attack.
Actually, why did I press it?
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
That's too bad. Cannot escape death.
Enemy ultimate down!
On my way.
down! Gank!
Okay, I mean I've just been absolutely cooked here.
That's too bad.
You rock! Be right back.
I'm just gonna back. Fuck it. Too much gold. But yeah, I had the enemy ultimate down, and I was really hoping it was gonna be Artemis. It was not Artemis, so I still got bored. Unavoidable.
I will cut your life strings.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Souls to me.
Well, got a little baited maybe. Too baited by Scylla. One day I'll hit a scythe on a moving target though.
Your middle
Scythe are not landing right now.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy has been slain.
Bro, I was 1 HP too. Man. My speed buff. I don't think I can help. He's running the other way anyway.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Wait, are you here? You're just invisible. It's like a fuck. I just saw a random health bar.
Your right tower is under attack.
Had Fijant be invis? That one's pretty annoying.
Enemy spotted!
Curses!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cannot escape death.
Enemy missing left.
Wash them away.
Your time has come.
Enemy missing left.
Milan's gonna late rotate, by the way.
No, tried to flick it. That's a Ardent Missile at least. Ah, that worked out. For the most part. Finally got a flicker on my one. Took long enough.
Free your soul to the others.
Milan will.
If I gank Mulan, do you think we can kill her?
Yeah, she's like full magical there.
Alright, let's give it a shot. I'll come after my speed.
Okay. I'm coming.
Enemy has been slain.
He's on his back.
Souls to me. On my way.
Enemy missing! Your left tower is under attack.
Anubis and Baron here on blue.
I'm taking tower.
Cut you down.
You move like a
I'm feeling that.
Damn it. I was just hoping that we could respond enough to the point where I wasn't gonna get shit on.
Your right tower is under attack. Free your soul.
Did have a moving scythe, I did, yeah.
Your right tower is under attack.
Guess I should buy this.
Milan TPing left. Can we kill her? Behind us.
I'm coming over.
Yeah, behind. Having a will. That's Ardle. She panicked.
Yeah, I think we just don't fight this.
Yeah, I've no ult for 30. When my ult's back up though, it's pretty free.
Enemies at the cold fury.
Enemy missing middle.
I don't know ult. They're just gonna look to pull.
The enemy team has destroyed the party.
Bro, I just don't want to fight this. We just keep taking some really dumb fights. They just always turn on me. It really sucks I did not get the kill on Mulan though, so I could at least get a kill. That would have been nice. For the region. Okay, I'm just kidding. I have to kill fucking Anubis in this game. Otherwise, I'm just gonna getting ulted on cooldown. Shit's so annoying. I just land and instantly get Anubis ulted. And I cannot stop it from happening.
Fuck you.
Bruh. I fucking blinked into the Baron ult. That's insane. My blink didn't even have a sound effect. That's how fast that shit went. How annoying. Nah, I should have used my Harpies before I went. Or Nagas.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
You cannot comprehend us.
Your right tower is under attack.
Souls to me.
Have fun.
We need war.
I mean, what the fuck is that? My ult wasn't even up yet. That's so fucking annoying in terms of timing. I have 7 deaths, man.
Rain shall wash them away.
Like, I'm just trying to farm, because I know I'm behind.
Souls to me.
I'm just fucking getting Baron and Fenrir ulted. At the fucking foot of our own base. Surely we go fire here though, no?
Attack the Gold Fury. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
Completed. I'll cut you down. Hell awaits you.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way. I'll attack the fire giant. On my way.
They're looking for me.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. On my way. Gank right lane.
Come on, enemies.
Free your soul.
I missed my scythe. I'm sad. That was a bit awkward though. We were really going in on anyone outside of the Artemis, and after that everyone was full HP. And I don't want to land on a full HP Mulan when I'm like 40%. This fight is so weird. It's like no one's losing HP.
I'm out.
Looks like you're in actually.
Oh yeah.
I'll be bait, I guess, whatever. I'll get the Anubis ult and the beats. Nice. Just in time for fire as well.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Let's finally get 20. Great. Can I get enough gold to finish my starter though? That's the big one.
team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Gold Fury.
Okay. Maybe I have enough damage to do a decent one-shot here. I want to just do it once, man. Just once. Do the nice standard comp where you just one-shot someone. Okay, well at least my auto should do enough damage now. Some pretty good damage. It's just warded. Full Finra jumps over and kills me again. Or at least takes my speed, which is even worse.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Well, I guess I go Titans last. Not really too sure what the specific jungle build is these days.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Guys, we have no El Fuego.
Be careful.
Yes.
You cannot comprehend.
I think this is bad for us.
I don't think Hawk and Nika has comms on.
Gosh.
Surprised that actually hit me.
Well, let's just back up and pray they do the same. How about that?
Falling back. Attack fire giant.
Losing my speed, unfortunately. No fast buff for me.
Your left tower is under attack. Free your soul.
It's fine, boys. I'll force the fight, even though I'm just dying for it, I guess. That's unfortunate. I was hoping for a bit more. I really did think we could just one-shot the Mulan, but she would. I didn't even realize. Looks like I got a Lupus ulted again. Think I would have died either way, though. I need to just sit back more, man. Like, I don't need to initiate on that.
Has arrived.
I know it, but I still did it.
Destroyed the fire.
Huge. I should have gone for Artemis, maybe. Looked for Dagger. Might be dead. Close. No, still dead. What is this happening over here? It's fight with gold. I didn't have fire, so I decided it was probably worth me getting the Anubis anyway, but yeah. It is one of those. Okay, maybe I can one-shot now. Hopefully. Right? Surely I can. It's just, they have an annoying comp for it. Because with me not having beats, I can't just blink Artemis. Or I can, but I have to really, like... It's like, if you don't one-shot, I'm dead. I have to just do it. They just generally have a pretty annoying comp for me to deal with on Thana, I feel like. Fenrir I can probably one-shot, but he's never really in front of me. He always comes later. He's playing a jungle right.
On my way.
Bye. An enemy has been slain. I'll attack left leg. Let's switch it up. Be careful. Wait, wait.
I just can't hit. I can't fucking hit it.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix. Wash them away. Your right tower. Enemy has been slain.
The movement speed boost they got. Not my best game, but I'll partly blame the amount of
Victory.
anti-initiate they have. I could have just gone beats probably this game, but I feel like Thana just doesn't feel as good. My shitty damage. At least that it wasn't the lowest on the team. But oh boy, did I not do anything that game. It was okay early, honestly. It was just once team fighting began, I felt like I literally couldn't get in there. And I didn't really want to risk looking for like one-shots. These fucking games. All the games with people without hands, the 2 games with people with hands. Okay, I think I'm gonna end it here though. I want to go get some food. I started late today, but I mean, I still almost got 4 hours in, so or actually did get 4 hours in. Yeah, I think you know what, you're right. I should have probably just instead of going Titans, I should have just went Magi's. Because I literally could not go for Artemis that game or Anubis, because the second I land, I could, but I have to get the blink off. I have to get the 3-1 blink combo off. But if I ever ulted in, I was just gonna get Artemis stunned instantly or Anubis ulted and frozen or whatever the fuck. So yeah, you're right. Definitely should have gone Magi's. Anyway, guys,